Okay. Let's see. It should be functional now. Or rather, everything about the stream should be functional. I had the bizarre experience of, I made the stream announcement at around 10 a.m. thereabouts. Um, and I still had to do my daily workout and my morning routine and things like that. And by the time I had finished with it, that basically left virtually no time to get everything squared away here. So, this is going to be an experiment. This video was an experiment regardless. Let's see. um, all right. Well, let's get right to it. This is my laptop, or rather, I should say that it is it's my install of Puppy Linux running off my laptop, and it's heavily customized, I would say. Let me just make sure that the mic is. I'm actually gonna have to do some impromptu rearranging of the tray table that's in front of me that's carrying this. There we go. That's a little bit better. But yes, this is the entire thing with this is okay. First off, it's Linux. I imagine that a lot of people watching this aren't necessarily familiar with Linux just in general, and that's fine. It's not like the information is made or it right. It's not like learning about it is encouraged in the channels through which you purchase and use computers typically, because it's a very it's an arrangement that the that that hardware manufacturers don't necessarily want to encourage, like the fact that software can be free and open source and made by anybody. Let's see here. I'm freezing up. I'm sorry. Okay. So anyway, this is my desktop. It's been very basically customized. Um, I've actually not, or like, I had this entire setup last night, but then I tweaked a setting that I should not have, and it reset back to this rudimentary thing right here. So let me just, I'm gonna change these things. Edit item. So in this case, it's a program called Filfer. And this, like, I had these changed to the application names, but this reverted to an earlier version. So let's see here. Okay, so first, what I want to do, and actually what I'm going to do here is I'm gonna going to connect my mouse so I have an easier time of this. And I will connect it to the precarious space in between the USB stick and the HDMI cable on my laptop. And it works. Okay, that's great. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to customize my desktop a little bit. Because one of the reasons I decided to do this stream to begin with is to actually, like, file and edit right here, is to make a or is to show off just using this laptop to begin with, or rather this Linux install, because I'm very proud of how this ended up turning out. So let's see. For example, krita.sh. I actually have to run this through a shell script, and I've already set icons for a lot of this, so it shouldn't take too long. But let's see here. Krita. Gonna put this right up here. What else? Blender 2.8. What's bizarre is Blender just works. Blender is one of the programs that I didn't have to do anything to. Of course, one of the reasons one of the interesting things that's going to be about this stream is the fact that I don't know whether or not this OS is actually going to handle being used in production scenarios like this. I originally installed it to create a distraction-free workplace, and then that sort of blossomed out, since I have this 128 gigabyte USB stick here, into just my original goal that I had back in March of last year of making a USB device that is capable of being booted into from basically anywhere. Let me just fire this up. So I have this nice thing. This is the Love 2D video game engine, and I'm just going to have it running in the background. One of the defining characteristics of Puppy Linux, and this is not the case for every Puppy Linux install, but one of the defining characteristics of this OS is the fact that it can be booted into, or rather it can be booted into from a USB stick. As a matter of fact, I believe that's the way that it's encouraged to be run. And when you boot into it in that way, it creates it creates a swap file. Actually, no, I'm sorry. That's not accurate. It creates a save file that can either be on your local hard drive or on the USB stick. The way I have it is it's on the USB stick, and that save file is read from at the start and written to when you when you turn the OS off, and in this case, like once every half hour or so. And aside from that, everything just runs from the memory of your computer, and it's all, like, the OS itself takes up 256 megabytes thereabouts. It is absolutely ridiculous. Like, it illustrates how spacious memory is and how powerful computers are these days. The fact that they could be run like this at all. So let's see here. Gonna go into user share applications, and that's where the in this menu here, that's where, well, wait a second, hang on, I have to change things. I have to change a thing, rather. Menu. It reverted this. No, that's not it. minidog.xpm, apply. There we go. And also take this menu off. Doesn't need to be there. Okay, that's great. Now, user share applications. A sprite. I'm gonna organize these alphabetically. The way I had this last night, um, was it was a it basically had like creativity and standard computing applications on the left, and on the right were the various emulators and games and things like that. So let's see here. And this is, I'm working from one of the default setups here, so right now I'm going to, like, I personally can't abide by icon labels being all lowercase, so I'm going to be editing these as well. And I will get to creativity in just a moment. Why am I? Okay. All right. I just typed in I just typed into my desktop PC's keyboard. Oh, okay. So let's see here. F-I-L-E. Okay. Gonna use the touchpad while leaning over to make sure the microphone is not too far away from me. Program name here is Genie, which is, it's fantastic. It's like basically this replacement for Notepad++. Oh, and I was looking up font smoothing settings to get RPG Maker games working well, but I was not able to do that, and so Space Funeral might have to be played in my standard Linux install. Edit item. Console. In this case, browser, it was like this ships with Pale Moon, which is fine, but I uninstalled that and installed Firefox instead. And I'll probably end up changing the icon to a more Firefox-ish one. Okay, so let's see here. What else is there? I am surprised that I'm doing this. Okay. Alright, so I have Genie open. Might as well write down the concept of the piece that I want to do, because my desktop here, and let me just show once more. By the way, the save icon pops up right in this position. I'm not sure how that can be changed. Like, this is such a this OS is, I feel like it's incredibly sophisticated, but it also feels kind of like it's held together by sticks and twine in some ways, which is why I'm nervous about making this stream in the first place. But anyway, what was I going to say? Whatever. Okay, so what I'd like to do with this is make a desktop background that accommodates the icons on the top left and this thing right here, which is optional. It's a program called Conky, and it is a it's a standard system monitor that I just like having open. Let's see. Okay, so right now I'm going to work out the mechanics of this piece, and I've done very little actual warming up. So I'm gonna make mistakes, but mistakes are part of art, and I think it'd be ridiculous to assume the otherwise is the case for anybody. So let's see here. Alright, so what I'd like to do is a thing that basically... So, window in bottom right... Oh. Gonna make it rectangular. There we go. And I'm going to, I'd like to make this feature a bunch of original characters. Um, uh, Specifically original characters, not personae, not representatives, or not representations of myself. Um, so, what I'm thinking is I'd like to have uh, two male characters, two female characters, two non-binary characters. Um, so, or just to get like the even spread out there. Um, I think for the male characters, it's going to be Mika, the octopus from the overview of intersex topics comic I made a couple of years ago. And then Vinny, who is a bullfrog. Vinny O'Shea, the frog. What else? For female characters, I'd like to have obviously Grace. She is a mainstay of mine. And she is also a llama. I think for the second female character, I think it might be Rita. There's a fictional species called an Etz. I actually don't know. I don't think I considered the origin of that name, so I'm just gonna retcon. Okay. So we gotta have at least one kobold in here. And you'd think it'd be Omicron, but I'm gonna make it my Baldur's Gate OC. Which is still gonna be a reptilian kobold, but clearly going to be in the same color palette as the Baldur's Gate kobolds. And one more. I'm trying to think about my stable of non-binary characters, and I think like I wanted to depict a series of diverse character sizes. So the dudes, they have they have standard human sizes. Grace has a long neck. Rita's super big. Dvash is somewhat small. So I think I need an ordinary human-sized non-binary character, and a couple of them are just straight up human beings. But I think, oh, why not? I think Malik, since over the last couple of years I've decided to categorize them as an OC and not a fursona, I think their inclusion of this is going to be fine. Okay. And I've done no concept sketches or anything like that, and I haven't even warmed up, not even slightly, so this is going to be interesting. Oh, also, x@wacom.sh. This is a shell script that I have. By the way, this desktop, it works like a pinboard sort of thing. So I'm going to find a standard icon for a Wacom tablet. And this is my Picardo stream. Hey, check it out. Incredible. Okay, let me just DuckDuckGo for Wacom icon. This is how little I prepared for this stream. I want one that'll be transparent but also visible. Seems like this. Well, actually, I don't like the pen down there. This. Here we go. Since this is for personal use, I don't see an issue with just saving and using this. Who uses a tablet like this? Like, this is bizarre. Also, the fact that it's got the bent corner, it doesn't make sense. Same with this, like, constraining, like, this looks visually similar to the Wacom tablet that I use, but it's also a completely square form factor, and that's ridiculous to me, personally. IMO. Okay, so let's go and do this, and one of the defining characteristics of Linux in general is that you can just use JPEGs and PNG files as icons, and that is great. There we go, exceptwacom.sh. I'm also gonna remove the .sh. And this shell script, let me just open it just to show you what it does. Apps. Gonna edit it in Genie. Open as text. There we go. So yeah, I use a Wacom Intuos Pro M, and it's I like Linux Mint 19.1 completely makes this obsolete, but this is an older version of Linux with an older kernel, and it probably wasn't made to use Wacom tablets in the first place. But I've found that pressure sensitivity works, and all I really have to do to make the tablet usable is bind the buttons. These can only be done in the shell right here. Like, if I'm going to take my tablet out and connect it right here. Done. Now, pressing this button does not do anything. Not even in the slightest. But if I typed in, and this is basically like Linux tablet use 101, xset Wacom set Wacom Intuos Pro M pad button 12 key CTRL-Z. Like, the fact that it displayed no error message and it didn't say, wait a second, what is except Wacom? What are the arguments that you're passing to it? Things like that. The fact that there's nothing like that here means that the program was successful. So, let's test it and see how it goes. Okay, this is... I might have to run the program from here first. Yes, there we go. It works. Oh, hey, Karu's here. Good to see you. Let me know if there are any audio issues or anything like that. But, seems like this is working all right. So I'm going to do a new file. It's going to be 1920 by 1080. Actually, let's make it 1920 by 1200. And crop the crop the visual information to the 1080p image um, constraints. So let's see here. Oh, no, numlock is off. There we go. Thank you. It's good to know that this stream is not exploding immediately. And I might put some music on at some point in the near future, some smooth jazz. But anyway, let's test and see how this works. Like right now I'm just drawing with the trackpad just to test this Wacom thing. There we go. I pressed the left or the bottom left button on this pad, and it's I bound it to undo here, and it works. If I really wanted to, I could set it to key M, and what M does, assuming it works this way out of the box in Krita, is it mirrors horizontally. Yes. Okay, that's an important feature. This is art. This is the art that you signed up for, everybody. Now, anyway. Okay. So now then, x@wacom.sh. Let's run it via this desktop shortcut. And now when I press the same button, it undoes because I have these buttons set this way. Now it's somebody else is in the chat. That's fantastic. So now, there is an issue here with x@wacom and with Linux tablet binds in general, and it's the fact that that you can't bind it to mouse functions like left, right click, middle click, things like that. If I could do that, it would be fantastic. Oh, Monstro Hundo, hey, fantastic. I've no problem with any level of participation that you decide to use I have no idea what the verb for that is. Oh, whatever. Anyway. Alright. So, now then. Now that I have an audience... Oh, wait, no. Cancel. I want this document right here. Okay. So. Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for joining me. And thank you, Kaoru, for referring other people to see me. That really means a lot to me, that I have people in my life who are willing to do that. Anyway, so now that that's taken care of, I'm going to set this keyboard aside. I'm going to grab my tablet, and that's right, I should put some audio on. Let me create a nice playlist. I want to showcase how wonderful Linux is. Actually, just like some things you can do in it, honestly. And I have no idea if USB audio is going to work, actually, so I might have to run it through my PC. But let me just load this. Is it not loading? Oh, great. Okay, then. Well, in that case, let me think. What should I do here? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna get started on this. So first off, I'm going to save this as let's see. I think the thing to do here is to go into my SD card. By the way, if it sounds like I'm pausing too much, I apologize. It's part of a neurology thing that I'm having checked out at some point in the next few weeks. Anyway. Alright. This directory is the root of the USB stick that this entire operating system is running off of. So, why not the I made these directory? And I'm gonna put in, let's see. This is also my first time documenting my entire creative process. Typically, I believe in the previous times when I've streamed, aside from the start of the 3D model that I made, I haven't really done anything relating to sketching because I've been sort of nervous about the fact that it requires so much trial and error for me. But that's how it goes. I think it would be utter hubris for me to continue or to like practice endlessly to the point where absolutely no mistakes end up being made during the live stream. That is an unobtainable goal. I also just realized I should really configure this workspace. Okay. Let me think about this. Input profile, paint tool SCI compatible. Okay. And let me just show you, actually, now that I think about it. Let me just close this. I'm going to go into here. Yep, that's a home page. Okay. I'm going to go here into the... okay. This is just recalling off the top of my head. Wallpaper workspace set.zip. I do not need to sign in to Dropbox for this. Thank you. Direct download. Got this. The art plan for today is to make a desktop wallpaper for this. And so that is at the very least going to involve doing pencil and ink pencils in Krita and inks in Sprite. Oh hey, Sot's here. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, it's good to see you. Let's see here. So, I'm gonna go into File, Downloads, and I'm just going to use uextract to extract this right here. Okay, psi like.kws. Alright, workspace. I need to import this. I think it's actually important to show off configuration stuff like this. All supported formats. Is it not showing? Okay. Oh, no, this is the wrong directory. Whoops. There we go. Okay. Workspace. PSI like presto. It looks like Psy. Alright. Now. Okay. I need to select a... Wait, where did I put my tablet pen? Oh, this is going great. This is a stream, everybody. Oh, there it is. Okay, found it. Now. Okay, what am I gonna do? It's so weird that Qualibay isn't working. Let me just try that again. That is my designated music player of choice. And since half this USB drive is basically music, I I would like for this program to work, perhaps. Oh well. Let me see what happens when I enter it into the terminal. No formats found. Well, that's a cryptic message if there ever was one. Ugh. Fine. Whatever. Okay, and let me just double check pressure sensitivity is working alright. Yeah. Like, one of the strangest things about Linux, and one of the reasons I ultimately switched is because just the basic tablet functionality, and this is just talking about regular, or about like non-screen based Wacom tablets, like not the Cintiqs or anything like that, but referring to the Intuoses among us, you could just plug it in and pressure sensitivity just works, which is a huge draw compared to Windows, where you'll be drawing and then all of a sudden you'll just lose pressure sensitivity. That's like, in this case, it's built directly into the OS's kernel. And I am so grateful, even though I do most of my creativity in 3D programs and things like that. And like even then, like a lot of my 2D, I still do inks in A-Sprite, which does not feature pressure sensitivity at all. Regardless, still useful for sketching. I appreciate your confidence, everybody. Okay, so now I have to think about this conceptually, or rather in a I suppose conceptually is an appropriate word, but also compositionally. That's an effect. That's weird. All right, well, whatever. By the way, this is I'm not streaming directly off of this. I'm not running OBS in this Linux install because I figure I would want a fail-safe method of streaming. So I'm doing this by running a second display of this through the Elgato game capture device that I use for video game streaming. So that's great. Let's see here. Okay. Let me just very gradually move this over here. Ah, perfect. Actually, come to think of it, I could just resize this and enjoy that wonderful effect once. Actually, no, that works just fine. Okay. Now then. And we're going to be cheating since while I expect the desktop to while I expect the Windows section that features all the OCs to exist in a very small portion, or not a very small, but a comparatively small portion of the canvas, I'm still going to, let's say, and this is just a rough outline, my actual pencil brush is going to be much smaller. Like, it's going to be something like this, except probably to the right. Actually, what I could do is, I believe I have a screenshot I took earlier, and I can just use that as my guideline. Oh no, home directory right here, and I can just drag and drop, there we go, is my fine Xenoblade wallpaper. Okay, I'm going to transform this. Well, that's great. Okay, keyboard shortcuts. The thing with Krita is it has to be configured, and there are usually bumps that happen at various points along the way, but it is still a fully capable art program. Okay, so let's see here. Keyboard shortcuts, CTRL plus T. There we go. Text tool. Let's set it to nothing. How about that? That's great. Okay, now I can hit Control T and I can just... Oh, nope, that is not it. Oh, but look at all these fine shortcuts I had previously. The Cave Story, AM2R, Jimmy and the Pulsating Mass. Oh, that's great. So, layer 2. Can I? Okay, there we go. It's not going to be 100% flush with this. There we go. Okay. I'm thinking about whether or not I would want to use whether or not I would want to have an alternate version that's just the interior of this window, considering the aspect ratio. But regardless, what I would like to do at this point is take this and refine it a bit. What I would ultimately like for this is for it to be a hybrid of 2D and 3D, since that's basically where my head's been at for art relating to characters recently. Let me just make this straighter here, using a variety of lines all at once. Horizontal ones, I believe, look fine. But of course, I can bring out the rectangle tool and have it bring me, or have it put me to shame. Not that that matters, of course. Alright, so let me think here. See if there's a different music player here. Sorry, I keep getting distracted by this. Simple GTK radio. Yeah, that sounds great. MPV media player, perhaps? Does this work? Drop files to play here. You know what? That seems like a dodgy proposition, so whatever. Okay, so what we have here is Mika, Vinny, Grace, Rita, Devash, and Malik. Devash is obviously going to be the smallest one here. Got a shorty in this sector of the drawing. Rita is basically a dinosaur. And I really like pairing larger characters with smaller ones, just in general. Let's see here. And I'm, of course, sketching out these orbs here to mark the location of their heads. Let's see here. Yes, orbs. Okay. Alright, this is going to be Mika, I've decided. Actually, I need to... Right now, where's the select tool? It's down here. I assume it's down here. Yes. I have to actually move these things. And, oh, okay. All the way down here. Oh, there we go. Okay. Got this. Decided Rita's head can go up a little bit. Just make sure I don't embarrass myself by clearly marking. One of my favorite things to do back in back when I could not stop drawing was to create casts of webcomics, and it just occurs to me that that's basically what I'm doing at the moment, in the sense of just taking all these disparate characters and forming an ensemble cast of sorts. It's sort of like conceptualizing a sitcom, come to think of it. Except in this case, I obviously have no story plans for this specific combination of characters. None whatsoever. Okay, so... And I might have to size these folks down since I'm trying to... I'm desperately attempting to figure out how to cram all these characters comfortably into this small space. So let's see here. Just trying to think where to put Grace here. My idea with this specific combination, Mika, Rita, and Grace. Mika is very knowledgeable, um, just in general. Rita is a physicist. I've barely expressed anything relating to this character in particular, and Grace, at least in or Grace has a history of going to medical school and learning essentially medicine, surgery, things like that. All right. Thank you, Dingsbums, for joining me. It really does mean a lot to me whenever anybody shows up for any of my haphazard streams like this. I appreciate you. Okay, so... Let's see here. Eraser functionality works as well. It's very important. So that leaves Vinny and Malik, which I suppose can... Honestly, Grace is a little bit a little bit short here, considering the size of her neck. Like in the recent ones that I have, or in the recent pictures I've um, drawn of her, I just make her neck absolutely gigantic, the way you would expect it to be on a humanoid llama. So, just wait, no, that is wrong. Okay, I'm gonna move this up here. Haha, and nobody will know, or nobody will be the wiser. Um, okay. However, compositionally, it seems like we have, um, let's see here. And I apologize if anybody was expecting this to happen quickly, but this is just the way my process goes. Okay, so Vinny. Vinny is, I believe, the second shortest person among this cast. Oh, well, thank you, Sot. Vinny's got a great big blob-shaped head. Rita's head is probably not going to be as large, or actually it's going to be significantly larger than most people here. Because again, she is a dinosaur. Uh, um, most of my streams prior to this have been basically gaming focused streams. I think when I streamed my uh when I streamed the creation of my 3D model, it was a like I titled it just a creative stream from Lobst because I don't have a habit of doing this. I haven't established that. Um, okay, so Vinny. I'm totally aware that it is not an obligation. I'm like, it took me a long time to internalize the fact that my value, just as a person, is inherent and not based on my creative output. Um, it was like it took a while for me to find my way out of that webcomic mindset of, oh, you have to update X amount of times per week, or otherwise people are just going to not pay attention to you, and that's a dangerous mindset to have. All right, so I'm coming up with a way for these. Okay, so I think let's see here. I'm just trying to think of the way these characters would interact. So Grace is going to be shuffling back and forth as I continue to think about how best to proceed through this. Um, let's see. I think actually, compositionally speaking, is going to look way better here. Honestly, don't need these. Like Vinny and Devash are, they have. I don't think I'm in any danger of mistaking their positions and head sizes for anybody else or each other, for that matter. Um, and then we can have Malik coming in. And so this space up here can be devoted to Malik's horns and Rita's tail. Um, because again, Rita is basically a dinosaur. So this is going to be interesting because I have not drawn basically any of these characters in months, aside from, well, one of them, let's say, in a project that hopefully you'll be able to see at some point in the near future. I'm also, before I get any further in this, I'm going to get my bottle of water ready and basically just ready myself for what is sure to be an extended stream. So let's do this. And I appreciate, once again, all of you showing up. So I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright, and you, Monster Hundo, you were watching the stream on a Raspberry Pi. That is badass. I appreciate this. I was telling somebody else recently about this, or rather I was posting on Mastodon about this, this whole computing setup here, and, somebody said, or like somebody responded, or rather, Kyle, KB Horse, you might be familiar, said that it's, or said that he profoundly encourages esoteric computing, and that's a movement I can definitely get behind. So at this point, we basically have our layout all like put together. So at this point, let's see here. All right. So at this point, we don't really need Genie up and running. Also, this like barely qualifies as the bottom right corner. So anyway, I believe I have in a pretty good idea of who these characters are. So I'm just gonna erase these right here. All right, now I have to. Okay, so the thing with Mika here is he has a weird shaped skull. Like I would hesitate to call it a skull. I imagine sort of a gelatinous thing is happening there, but regardless. Also gonna put crosses on just to outline the fact that or to outline exactly where these characters are speaking. This is a standard method for conveying depth in facial structure. Basically, like DeviantArt 101, essentially. Not to condescend, of course not. But to just like if you want to make art of OCs, then actually I don't want Devash over here to be ignored. I just realized, by the way, I'm going to be drawing Vinny's head, and that is going to be a harrowing experience. Oh my goodness. Because it's a non-standard facial structure. Oh, also I'm flipping horizontally just to make sure that everything is... like, nothing looks particularly warped. It's actually, like, a far less essential step than I would have normally assumed. Or than I would have assumed 4 or 5 years ago, let's say. Because, like, to be honest, most people do not notice. However, I am very highly focused on consistency and things like that, and so if I flip an image and I notice that bits and pieces of it are warped, I will do whatever I can to correct those issues. Feel free, by the way, to enjoy this with the audio off. Like, my commentary, I'm gonna be archiving this, of course, but also I recognize the variety of situations in which people are willing to experience streamed content, and I want to make it clear that those are okay, I guess. So let me think about what Devash would be doing in a situation like this. Because, like, they come from a scenario, they come from the Forgotten Realms of Dungeons and Dragons. They come from Candlekeep. And so, because of that, it's difficult to imagine what they would do to associate with anybody from a modern scenario. At the same time, it doesn't particularly matter whether or not it's canonical, so I might just draw them in a hooded sweatshirt or something like that. As a matter of fact, I think if I drew them in their standard leather armor with pauldrons and things like that, somebody might look at it and go, is this kobold in a Super Saiyan outfit or something like that? Oh, hey, Aelor's here. Oh, that's great. Oh, it's very good to see you. So I am surprised, but not panicking at the fact that so many people decided to show up here. It's fantastic to see. Let me just give this a quick save also. So when it comes to Devash here, since Vinny is way big into video games, I envision him showing Devash just the majesty of the Nintendo Switch, or something like that. Haven't decided. Staring intently. That's what that looks like right here. Oh, that's great. Oh, I'm glad people seem to be enjoying themselves. Also, Mika's skull right here is looking bizarre. It'll look far better once I've actually looked up reference and corrected this. So, let's see here. I also just realized that these characters are in sort of a uniform, not necessarily scale, but scale relative to each other. And that runs the risk of making this look flat. So I've decided to have Malik come in from the distance somewhat, just a little bit. Control T. Have to lean away from the microphone whenever I interact with the keyboard, because this is on a laptop. All right. All right, and okay. So, I think the thing to do here is to go to my heavily out-of-date website, lobstworks.com, go to artwork, and there are many things that I have not. Okay, so that's going to be my reference point for Rita there. Devash right here. Who else? This I'm not such a big fan of. For Malik, perhaps this. Haven't decided. This really illustrates, by the way, just how infrequently I post art. Like, there have been a couple of other pieces since then that I still have yet to actually put up here, but for the most part, I don't know. Okay. So... Oh, and also I have the Mika thing to bring up. And I have a piece of reference art that I wanted to bring up for Grace. But unfortunately it only lives on my phone at the moment, so that's going to be fun to figure out. Might have to Dropbox it to my PC and then transfer it via USB. This is an ordeal, but you know what? It's going to be worth it. So, save this again. And, oh wait, no. I need to actually bring up the picture of Grace. I was going to outline her face. The Grace face, as I call it, frequently, daily in fact. Go into, I think it's just my photos on my phone. My phone, by the way, is a Samsung Galaxy Note. No, I would not like location info to be shown. What I would like is to be able to actually see this Grace image that I made for myself. Oh wow, Chu is here. Oh, that's great. Oh, it's good to see you. There's not much going on here at the moment. Right now, I'm just getting my reference material together. There was one image that I've been trying to find, and it's located on my phone at some point. Oh wow, Note 2. Oh, that's great. Gallery, perhaps. No, I just checked that. Photos app. Google Photos. Could this be the one? No, it is not. Well, geez. I might have to go into... Okay, I might have to go into my Mastodon uploaded images. And you know what? I'm gonna do that elsewhere because I'm not entirely certain what's gonna come up. I'm gonna do that on my PC. So let's see here. And I appreciate your patience, everybody. I'm somewhat new to doing these. However, I want to make sure that this image turns out alright, and I'm not just Not just making ridiculous art that is not accurate to the characters. Ugh. Load this. Gotta click on all sorts of content warnings. There's my Rover Droid comic. Quite a while back. I think the issue might be that I made this image way earlier than I actually remember doing. Anyway, one of the reasons I'm doing this, by the way, is because it just occurred to me that I totally forgot, or rather that I haven't been, or that I've been neglecting my OCs, and nobody should do that. If you have original characters, treat them well. There's the image. I found it. Okay. I'm gonna link this in chat so everybody could see. Copy link location. Paste in Picardo. Right here. I've just added myself, I guess. I don't know what the word is. But anyway, like that's the image I'm going to be using as reference for Grace here. I've been, since the design of Vinny, my frog character, I've been wanting to make animal characters that have more divergent traits, like body shapes, face shapes, things like that, because I've noticed, and this is one of the things that Chu has been very helpful in pointing out, that one of the shortcuts for an artist to make an animal character look relatable is to make them look more like a dog, and that's something I definitely want to avoid. So let me just bring up this image, save it as, I'm gonna save it in, how the hell do I actually, come to think of it, I don't have to transfer it. I could just look at it on my PC. Regardless. Oh yeah. Grace is fantastic. She is one of my oldest OCs and one of my favorites, just in general. So let me just take this. Actually, I am going to save this image to, how about the D drive on my PC? I'll bring that up elsewhere. And I'll probably put it up on stream at some point, just to make sure people watching the archive are not completely left out. Bump the microphone, yes. Perfect. Image. Just a regular image. Browse. D:/. Is this the image? Wait. I need to actually preview this before I just slap it on screen. Okay. I have previewed it. And it looks great. There it is. Found it. I found it, everybody. Okay. All right, now. Tune in to picardo.tv/lobst for all the dramatic sounding bumps your heart could possibly desire. So, speaking of dramatic bumps, Grace has a bump in her nose. Let me just outline the form here. Some renditions of Llama, Grace have included a dramatic pompadour. I've been trying to stray away from that, and trying to focus more on individual locks, I guess, um, of hair rather than just having it existing as a blob. I feel like that's probably going to help my ability to design characters in 3D. Anyway, so let's see here. I'm just adding various pieces, just the defining characteristics. Okay. Let's see. There is one issue, I think, with this, and it's that I don't know whether or not I want everybody focusing in on one place. Also, this head is too big. Let me scale it down a bit. Artist's trick, Control T. Wait, there we go. Okay. There we go. And also, let me fix Mika here. So, let me just... Alright, what I'm going to do is head over to comics. Got this. Mika. Mika's wonderful. I have been meaning to put him in other things. And one of the things I've wanted to do, like, Mika is one of the OCs that that fits with my new character design methodology. Okay, so just a very generic outline of a beak. Makes him sort of look like a gray alien of some sort. Kind of bizarre, but I think I have an issue here, and it's that that this is a standard 3/4 view, and I really want to avoid something like that. Same with this, actually, come to think of it. Maybe that's high standards, but regardless. Might have to adjust the position here. Come to think of it, let me just nonchalantly erase everything I've done so far. No. Okay, so I'm thinking about this. Alright, well, first off, I think what I need to do is put something in the background, because I really dislike the notion of having a stream with no music, with nothing going on. Because it's like one of the reasons to have persistent audio in the background is to make absolutely certain that other people watching the stream are aware that the audio is working. Same with the video, come to think of it. I wonder if let's see here. Ideally, I would put like a GIF somewhere in here. I suppose, come to think of it, just the fact that there's this whole thing happening and updating in real time is a pretty good indicator that the stream itself is going. Okay, so let me think here. Okay, I believe I have a portion of my music library on this one other thumbstick that I can connect to my desktop PC. And that might be just the ticket. As I lean over to plug this in. There we go. Windows sound effects, but I thought this was a Linux stream of some sort. Oh, goodness. Okay. This USB drive is called Top Rock Avenue. Oh, I'm sure it works. Or rather, I'm sure the stream audio works. Like, that was confirmed quite a bit earlier. But it's important for the viewer experience. Yeah, that's great. To be, I guess, secure in the fact that there's that everything is working on their end. So let's see here. I think I might just put on the Prescription for Sleep albums that I put on quite a while back. Music. Hit this over here. Go to... Alternatively, I have this Poly Bridge OST. I can just add to the music library in the application Music B. And can I sort this by album title? There it is. Got this. And let me just make it, I'm gonna connect my headphones so it isn't running through my microphone as well as the OBS configuration. Alright, let's see here. I have no idea whether or not this is going to completely break with when I unplug my speakers. Okay, put that in here. Alright, I'm hearing everything fine. Okay, alright. And desktop audio seems to be going in fine. Fantastic. I'm having to constantly move things around because I'm running this through a deskless setup. Okay. So now, let's think about Rita for a bit. Sadly, I'm not familiar enough with the melody for this. Otherwise, I would absolutely sing along to the melody. Artwork. Let's open this in a new tab. Strawberry Zephyr. which I came up with in 2017. Wow, incredible. Um, Also hyped about a Switch. Okay, I believe she's wearing a shirt that reads Mega Milk, which is ultra classy. Fantastic. Regardless, she still looks great. She's one of my favorites. This is one of my favorite concepts. Hope I get to explore it at some point in the near future. Regardless, but I'm just thinking about the size of her head compared to Parker's here. Um, uh, like she is again a dinosaur. She is massive, and so Microsoft Songsmith. All right. I need to think of something that isn't the standard 3/4 angle when it comes to the way they're interacting. As a matter of fact, I think that that having all these characters interacting directly with one um or directly in the same conversation with each other would be overwhelming to think about. So this is going to be interesting. Oh, the music's too loud? I can absolutely change that. Thank you for letting me know. Um, Turn this down to 50%, and let me know if there's any other issues. All right, there we go. I believe that should be good enough, but please let me know if you need me to turn it down anymore. Um, all right. So, I have body positions here. Hmm. Let's see here. Thinking about this. Issue with this is Mika is not necessarily the biggest gamer. I would not expect him to top the Fortnite leaderboards. And also the I just put you right over here off canvas. There we go. Also, I'm not really sold on the concept of having a central focal point for everybody. I just continue to take chunks out of this whole area here. Okay, Mika. My idea with Rita and Grace here is they'd make a spiritual connection here, talking about talking about uh, science between cultures. That's basically the full extent to which I've worked this out. But Mika is definitely going to be here still. And not facing the camera here. It would be best if that was not the case. I also don't want them to be invading each other's personal space, so I keep Grace all the way over here. I think it's okay if one of these characters faces away from the camera. Oh. Did the thing where deselecting ended up creating a minuscule other selection. Maybe we should map a key to deselect, but I personally, or rather I should map a tablet button to that. But anyway. So it's okay, I think, if there are two distinct social groups, and Malik is sort of on the outside of both of them. Enjoy as I rearrange these orbs. Again, I knew from the very start that this would be a trial and error sort of thing, so... Anyway, Vinny is like 5'7", not because they're around the same height. Here we go. All right, now, I think it's okay if Mika is like leaning against the windowsill, something like that. Like essentially, this is going to be a I completely lost my train of thought. Well, that's great. Alright. I mean, it happens to me a fair amount. Again, there's a neurology issue that I've been trying to, or I've been looking forward to getting sorted out. I think it might be a side effect of my antidepressants or something like that. Um, um, But like it's mainly the people around me have been so um, so forgiving and patient and all those things that it's really only presented a minor inconvenience to me. Don't like that my mouth is almost all the way out of the frame here. Hmm. Just trying to outline the basic head shapes here. So the back of Mika's head. This octopus. Alright, I'm trying to think of a good pose for Malik that isn't just spot on. Or not spot on, side on. I think it might be, also, the side on pose is not necessarily the best. I think it might be a situation where Grace is like listening intently as Rita and Mika converse. And again, this is my creative process. Like it's very trial and error focused. So I'm thinking about what to do with this top left corner, and I think I have an idea, but I'll probably end up like I want to see how much this is filled by the time I complete this, and if it's not, then I have a pretty good idea of what I can do with it. So anyway. Alright, and also, what I'm going to do is... Okay, I'm gonna... Wait, no. Released the right click way too early. Alright, let's duplicate this. And Control T to make it even. Wait, no, that's not it. There we go. This way I will be working in the largest fidelity possible. Okay, now, with this, I'm going to be using the full frame. That is going to be our canvas. And of course, my pencil strokes are going to be much cleaner now, since I'm not working at that ghoulishly low resolution. What are Rita's ears like? Oh yeah, they're this ridiculous design. Rita's eyes. I'm going to create sort of a broad, flat muzzle here. Sorry, snout. All right. Thank you, Kaoru, for showing up, spreading the word. It really, like, again, means a lot to me. So, also, let me just get this. Let me hide this picture of Grace for the time being. I know that she's beautiful, but gotta see the entire canvas. Everybody. Alright. So we have the position, we don't have the form for all these pieces. The thing with Mika is he's not exactly slender. Basically has an average build. I want to be able to depict more average builds just in general in my art. Actually, considering the size of this canvas, I think it'd be best to move Mika a little bit over to the right. It'll show a bit more of Grace's proportions and provide the viewer with a bit more information about, like, the fact that her neck is, in fact, that long. I noticed, let's see, over the last couple of times that I've, or not them, okay. I've noticed that sometimes when I depict groups of people, multiple people are talking at once, and that's something I definitely want to avoid with this. So in this case, it's definitely only going to be Rita who's talking. That means I'm going to have to figure out interesting things. for Grace to do. I envision this as as two separate conversations. So either Vinny or Devash are going to be talking to each other in this. So let me think here. Thinking about the act of Mika pensively grabbing the equivalent of his beak's chin, I guess, to indicate interest. Does Mika have glasses? He does now. I envision him as being a professor of sorts. Maybe it's because I've only drawn him in a lecturing format before. Oh, it's going to be over here, carrying a tray of drinks. Need to actually take a look at Devash's proportions. There we go. Proud of this piece. Like it's very flat, but it also is, and the proportions are a little bit off, but it still works pretty well, I'd say. I'm proud of the work that I did on this rock formation here. I basically based it on the Baldur's Gate environment palettes, I guess. Not perfectly, but I think it's recognizable, I'd say. Well, anyway. So, Oh, this looks so messy at the moment. It's not to say that it looks bad. Of course not. Just realized that Rita has sort of a headscarf things going on here. Oh, I'm glad you think they're cuties. I try to design them as such, so it means a lot that other people would feel that way as well. One of the things that I figured out um, when drawing Vinny's head um, is the fact that you have to consider essentially the facial structure um, as an array of, or not an array, but an assortment um, of combined shapes, and it really, learning to draw non-human facial structures um, uh, really um, it's a really fun exercise, at least for me, to figure out or to break outside the box and think of different types of faces to draw, or different ways to humanize a non-human face, essentially. Tasha's eyes are sort of gigantic there. Let me just see here. Now it's obviously going to be in their suits because they are at work in this social gathering. I believe for Malik's suit, I at one point decided to just come up with, or like, um, the the basic style and structure of the suit. Um, I based on real world fashion designers. Let's see, I forget the name of the tailor who came up with this, but I remember specifically choosing a look like that one because it was similar to the suits in the anime or on High School Host Club, which is not, like, these days definitely not one of my favorites, but I would say it serves a purpose. um, it's a very, like, gender focused anime, and like, if you've experienced those before, then you might be familiar with how those generally are. Um, Still, at the time I watched it, it was a valuable show, at least for me. Alright, pretty proud of how this is turning out so far. I'm just visualizing sort of a hand shape. Eagerly flitting back and forth between these characters. Tvash has clearly defined nostrils and also separated horns from the rest of their head. Or rather, you can see that there are scales, or like the sort of a scaly structure right here. And also there's this comb of horns on the side of the head that I have to figure out how to implement here. Without having it interfere too much with their jawline. Vinny's got distinctive eye bags. Let's see how this looks mirrored. I'd say it looks alright. There's this factor right here, which I need to fix right here. Tell you an artist's dirty little secret for drawing hands, and it's that you have two of them connected to you at all times. So, reference material not too hard to find, at least for basic finger positions and things like that. If you want to go into detail on how hands might look if they are like incredibly bony, or if somebody has stubby fingers or something like that, then you might want to seek outside reference. But for my personal standards, it's worked pretty well. Also, I just noticed that Tvash has 3 fingers and a thumb. Like, thumb is not visible, but obviously they have to have a thumb of some sort. Vinny is, of course, in a standard t-shirt that fits, What color? Probably black. Also, the arm position is not working at the moment, so I have to switch that up. Let me just finish designing Malik's head here so they don't look completely barren, completely like a mannequin or something like that. Oh, I forgot that this was mapped to middle click. All right. Nope. That don't work. All right. This is going to be interesting. How's this stream looking? Or not the stream, this audio. Okay, I still have a few more tracks left before I have to switch. I'm not going to be looping this soundtrack over and over again, no way. And I have this sort of wavy horn design. I forget what I based it on. I suppose it kind of looks like a harp, come to think of it. Kind of like an angel's harp. At least in the modern stereotypical media depiction of angels. But it's appropriate given the that's one of the reasons I chose Malik as the name, because that is one of the loose translations of it. I forget what language that was originally, or that term originated from, but that is one of the reasons. And I really need to... Okay. Malik is sort of off-kilter here. Also, it only occurs to me now, this piece is very complicated. Wow. Let's see if I can dismiss this image, or this... Okay. There was a message on Picardo that I was bothered by. Just a UI thing. Polybridge, by the way, incredible game. If you're into bridge building simulations at all, even just looking at them, like that game is unbelievable. I want to get it on Switch at some point. I have it on PC at the moment, and it's a pretty good way to experience that game. Don't know how the button controls are on the Switch version, but I feel like it's worth it just to have it remotely. Alright. There's a drink tray. Holding it close to your chest. Also just occurred to me that these horns are way too far forward. See if I can adjust that for my own personal tastes. Nope, that's... There we go. And I'm going to rotate it. Remember, kids, transform tools are an artist's best friend. And it's okay if you want to go without, but all things considered, I am glad that they exist. Actually, the structure of Malik's head is a little bit off, just in general. Draw it from this angle. Move this forward a bit. Just realize the snout's a little bit bigger vertically. It really should be. Move this down. I imagine Malik as providing a variety of beverages. I think it only makes sense if Grace was reacting in some way. So try this again. Actually, it was gonna be like Grace laughing at something that Rita said, but I think it only makes sense for like since Rita is talking about like astrophysics and things like that. Uh, I can imagine like Mika looking deep in thought in response to something that Rita just said, and if like considering this is the interaction that's happening here, I think it only makes sense for Grace to respond by, let me just bring her over here a little bit. Like, I'm thinking like a facial expression like, can you believe what she's saying here? The pupils go here, here, and here. That's just how it goes. But not like a disbelieving, or not like in a disbelieving sense, but like, oh my god, oh wow, this is like a transcendent truth that is being expressed to us here, and she's just saying it like it's nothing. Which I express here by making the eyelids really wide. Whoa. Let me see if I can fix that a little bit. Kinda. Let's see here. Thing is, the eyebrows here make it sort of look like she's being very tolerant, which is not what I want to convey with this here. Right now it's a little bit of a DreamWorks face, but I will keep at it and make sure that it flows naturally. Meanwhile, Devash is absolutely flabbergasted at the notion of this Nintendo device. Whoa. see here. Very subtle cues I'm trying to express here. Who knows whether I'm experienced enough for or to be successful at this, but all right, let's think about this. I think Mika is going to be still wearing his coat. Also want to get Rita's tail in the shot, but not to an extent that it interferes with anything else that's going on. Under the ink's a slightly different opacity, or not opacity, but I might make them lighter than the rest. How long are Rita's ears? Let's see here. Very long. It turns out the answer is, for that question, well then. Seems like I got my work cut out for myself. Just occurred to me that Grace is the least delineated out of all these characters, aside from the face. So let's see here. Let's bring up the wonderful image that I had hidden prior to this. Haha. Okay. And let's also bring it over to something that is not the canvas, as I doubt that I'll be messing with the layers. So let's do this here. Oh, and that's it for the Polybridge OST. Okay. Well, if that's the case, let's see what else I can put on. Check my soundtracks. Don't want this to be just the Prescription for Sleep channel, but I figure one album couldn't hurt, so let's do this. Wait, I only have the Undertale soundtrack? Alright, well, whatever. Here we go! Oh wait, I have Game Music Full Lullabies Volume 1 as well. Alright, let's do that one then. And I highly recommend, if you're into video game music or just relaxing piano arrangements, very slow, or otherwise relaxing jazz, then I would say these albums are worth picking up. The Prescription for Sleep albums. Again, I don't want this to be a patient smile as much as I want it to be just a, like, oh man. Okay, faces. Think about these. Unless it's merging with this circle outline, I don't want to do that. Also, I should probably put the ears in. Come to think of it, if she's surprised, perhaps she should have surprised eyebrows. But at the same time, I don't want her to look manic, so there's a fine needle to thread here. I was thinking Vinny might put his hand up, but there's not enough room for that. Just like, check out this whole new world for you. I feel like there's only so much information that you can convey with one face over a single panel. So I think the final facial expression for Grace here is probably going to look something similar to this. Just like surprise, subdued excitement, looking to Mika for a reaction of some sort. Alright, let's see here. Let's zoom in nice and close. Okay, let's see here. I envision Grace is just holding a drink of some sort. Just basically standing there with a solo cup in hand. This face, it conveys such isolation. Not a fan of how Devash's head is very only slightly smaller than Grace's, though, so I'm gonna Control T. Here we go. Nope, that's the warp. Okay, okay. Don't want to skew it. There we go. Alright. Glad this seems to be working out so far. There we go. This is song. Aha! It's a near song. That's great. Okay. I'm in the situation where the tip of the tablet stylus I have, um, of course, and the angle of it um, has been worn down, and so because of that, occasionally, um, occasionally the tip basically just rotates. Um, Whenever I press down hard in order to I guess hit the path of least resistance. I'm not sure, honestly. Also, that's kind of a weird rim that I'm doing. This cup rim here. But regardless. Oh, Grace is wonderful. Oh, I love her so much. see here. Thinking a sleeveless shirt of some sort for Rita here. Also pleased to see that this seems to be taking shape. Um, wasn't expecting it to so much. I honestly had no idea what to expect from this stream, but it seems like it's working out relatively well. Turn the music down a little bit. Thank you, Aylor. All right. And again, I must stress that this entire thing, if I really wanted to, I could just shut this PC down, take the USB stick out, and boot it in my desktop PC or my netbook or whatever. Like, I'm amazed at how well this pen drive Linux thing is working out for me. That said, I'm not sure like how practical this is for me to use in the day-to-day. I will say it does address an anxiety I've had of like, what if my computer hardware fails? Because the only hardware this PC is truly dependent on, or at least this install of Linux is actually dependent on, is the USB stick itself, which I believe is guaranteed for some tens of thousands of write operations, or like probably more than just a standard 10K. And I believe the stick is only written to either when I perform a direct file operation on it, or when I shut the PC down. Otherwise, all the operations just take place in the RAM of the computer. That's technical, though, and also that has very little material impact on how, or on the art aspect of the stream itself, so... Anyway, I think it's neat, personally. I just realized that this is Rita's left hand, which means that that is obviously not this arm. No way. Are both of Rita's nostrils visible? Doesn't seem like it, does it? Okay. How does it intersect with the pattern? Okay. It really makes no sense for a character with horns to wear a hooded sweatshirt, but unless of course the hood has slots for those or those uh, horns to poke through. Um, but honestly, that's only if you're the sort of person to fret about the actual mechanical livability of a world filled with animal characters. And there's value in that, but I believe it's one of those things that's immaterial to an audience for the most part. I think of the best way to connect this arm to this hand. No, the spile's too wide. Plus the eyes might be a little bit too big. See if I can adjust that. Oh. Some days you just have to slam that mic with your elbow. Ugh. Yeah, well. Monster Hundo, you like any amount of your presence here is greatly appreciated. So if your connection is intermittent, then no worries whatsoever. I need to find out. Okay. All right. This music is Lost Painting from Symphony of the Night. I have no idea what Rita is gesturing at here. Like, something like, "Oh, I was personally." Something along those lines. What matters is that she's explaining something and she's very excited about it, as is her way. Alright, let me think about this a bit more. This is actually like the sketch aspect of this is a little rough, but all told, this is still coming along nicely enough that I might want to start inking at some point soon. Check out Mika here. Does Rita have claws? Yes, actually she does. Okay. Hmm. I imagine Grace is wearing a long sleeve shirt with lapels. This is sort of a casual social gathering, so there's like a t-shirt or something like that underneath. That, of course, you cannot see the color of because she is covered head to toe in thick, voluminous fur. Um, hmm. Okay. So this is a point in the creative process that I occasionally get hung up on, the part where you're basically just looking at what you've done so far and trying to determine whether or not anything needs to be done with it before you move on to the next step. Because of course there's value in taking the guesswork out of your inks. Um, but also kind of want to keep things moving along. Mika over a little bit more. How does this look mirrored? Alright, get that taken care of. Okay, so now, I think this might be, might be an appropriate time for me to take another break, and then when I come back, I think I might load up a sprite or something like that, so I can do some fine aliased inks for this thing. So might as well export this to .png format. Portable wallpaper sketch.png. Done. Okay. So let's close Critter for now. And I will be back in a moment. How much space do I got? Okay. Right then. Oh, right, I have a .pq file here. Well, let's open it, see what? No. Okay. I believe it auto loads here. Load game, dosh.pq. There we go. Alright, I'll let that run for a bit while I get up, stretch my legs, do all sorts of stuff. Okay, I will be back in a moment, in a hot second, which is several seconds, as you all know. Okay, I'm back. Let's see here. Let's remove this image of Grace. As wonderful as she is, she will not compare to the majesty that I am in the process of making at this very moment. So, alright. Alright. Now then, a sprites. Let's open this file. Go to I made these. Portable wallpaper sketch.png. Okay, and I'm using a sprite because it's designed for binary art in a way that Krita is not. With Krita, actually, I think I can just illustrate this for y'all. Um, if I can find where I placed, there it is. Okay, so let's fire up Krita again. Why not? And do it from the desktop shortcut again now. No, apparently I can't. Okay. Let's go to... Alright. Let's see. Apps. Krita.sh. There it is. Alright, so one of the reasons that I don't use Krita for binary art is because if I were to do so, let's create a new layer for our experiment here. Like, Krita has this here, which it looks fine from a distance, but if you go up super close and then you reduce the size significantly to a level that, like, let's say I want to make a brush that's 2 pixels wide. I mean, that's fine. 3, 4, 5. Like, it's wavy in a way that I would not, or that I wouldn't recommend personally. But at the same time, I'm noticing that it's not, or that it's behaving a bit more consistently. Well, whatever. Anyway, I don't need pressure sensitivity for this point, so let's do this. I was hoping I'd be able to flawlessly demonstrate it in real time. Sadly, no. Oh well. So now then, go to in this interface. Now, Sprite, as you would expect, is developed for sprite art, and so when you go into, like, the way to create layers is to go into the timeline and then to create a brand new one up here. I just locked the original layer. I'm not expecting to mess with the sketch at all. Anyway. Also get rid of the preview, because again, we're not making sprite arts, we're making binary art. Like, this just looks better to me. I don't know why. Let's go into the timeline, actually, and go into properties. Opacity. Make it even finer, and create another new layer from here. Kind of grab the edge. Okay, and now paint buckets. Let's set a medium gray here. I wonder if I can set this to multiply. Blend mode. Not that it matters that much. There we go. Okay, now. And this is locked as well. And I don't think we need the timeline view anymore. Okay. That is paint bucket. I need to do this instead. Oh wait, actually, come to think of it, I just realized I've been trying to do the color over the original artwork um, method of doing this, so I may not have to ink at all. Come to think of it, um, I appreciate your patience, Alia, while I work this all out. Alright, so I just need to visualize how I'm going to do this. Visualization is an important step. Okay. I've decided I'm going to be adventurous and not save this. And instead open up Krita right here. It's weird that the desktop shortcut isn't working. Regardless, we must press on. Back here once more. Copy layer 3. And let's about create this background here, make it a neutral blue. Set this to multiply. Paint bucket. Got that. This could be darker. Okay, and now let's see if I can color over this sketch. Okay. Reference material. I believe this is work safe. Otherwise, we're going to find out. Yeah, it's fine. What else? Yeah, this is a nice little color reference of Grace. Even if the face is not where I would ever settle. What else is there? I already have Mika, Grace, Malik. Vinny, that's right. I need to bring up his reference. Okay. I still signed into Scaly.club here? I sure am. Okay. Go in here. Check out my media. Oh, all sorts of media. And here's your friend and mine, Vinny O'Shea. There we go. Alright. And now what I'm going to do here for these colors is I'm not gonna eyedrop and put those down or lay them down individually and then wonder afterward why things aren't meshing together. What I'd like to do instead is think up is come up with colors in a unified palette. I'm sorry, not a unified palette, but like a tonal, like colors that are tonally the same, but also that evoke the original um, characters. So let's see here. So for Rita, for instance, like they're not going to be too far off the originals, but still, like I'm clearly going to be using using the originals as reference because I want this piece to be, or to feature, a distinct variety, a wide variety of colors, all the colors of the rainbow. So anyway, digitally painting this piece. How about that? And if it doesn't work, then hey, it doesn't work. But I feel like this might be a solution to my woes with regard to consistency in inks. Let's see here. Is there any audio playing on the... Okay, it's just the music albums. All right. There's one thing I should probably ink before I do any of this, and it's going to be the eyes. So I'm going to do that right now. Thanks again for sticking with me while I figure all this out. I'd like to stream regularly. Just doing things creatively. I find that having an audience helps me stay focused. Alright, what else? This piece itself is going to be a little bit more experimental um, than what I've typically posted. It's because I've been working in Blender and having a pretty good time of it. What song is this? Okay, it's Donkey Kong Country. For a moment, like the melody starting sounded a little bit like Careless Whispers, and so I had to check. Hey, music, are you all right? Should probably do the mouths as well because it seems like the limited line format is pretty good. Um, where you or if you only use lines in areas that demand control, and so that's a key factor here. Rita, of course, has a variety of fangies in her mouth. I accidentally did this. That's fine. Also, it turns out crit is completely adequate for this, so hey, that simplifies my workflow a little bit. Okay, there we go. How is it right now? It's like, just want to make sure. It is 4:47 p.m. All right. Um, let's see here. So what I'm planning on doing, I don't think I'll be able to finish this piece tonight, but I will at least put my all into making sure that the um, the inks and flat colors are all there. As it is right here. It's looking pretty good, I'd say. Ah, perfect. Yeah. Okay, so with this, gotta make sure I'm... Actually, with this, I believe I need to duplicate this. I believe you do this by going in here, save new brush preset. I'm gonna call this pixel art eraser. Save that. Okay, so what's this? That is the eraser. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Okay. Hit that. And this is going to be the fill. There we go. And now, when I flip back and forth between pencil and eraser, it just automatically switches. It's perfect. Check this music. Fisherman's Horizon. Nice. Gonna lock the inks for the time being. Like, this is all just to make sure that the that everything goes on the right layers. So it makes sense to lock the surrounding ones, the ones that are similarly at 100% opacity. And it's a pretty useful habit to adopt for yourself. So let's see here. Um, of course, this is a problem when when you when you digitally paint your pieces without any outlines or anything like that to use as a guide, since you often are forced um, to go back and forth on whether or not like how um, the outlines of each piece actually mesh up, or how far to go with something like this. All right, this. Haven't exactly decided what the unifying theme of these colors is, but or is going to be rather. Um, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna figure it out. I'm definitely going to have to put some outlines here. See if I can do that right quick. Hmm. Nope. Here. Right. I think I'm gonna just not worry about locking or unlocking the ink layer, and maybe I'll come to regret this at some point, but so far it's fine. Alright, what else? Just realized I should probably come up with a different album to listen to after this. Checking this out. Trying to think of what music would be best for a stream like this. Ah, the best of Faith No More. No. Let's see here. How about the 1UP's Super Mario Kart album? Gotta do this. I'm also going to gonna just remove the Bowser Castle track. No. Delete from library. There we go. There we go. Spawn nice instrumentals in the background of all this. Switch back to my stream just to make sure everything's working all right. Now, and yes, this image is most definitely going to be finished over multiple streams. Thinking about this, it seems like most of these characters, Vinny aside, occupy the warmer side of the color wheel. Vinny is sort of an anomaly in that respect. But for instance, Devash here, not too far from Rita, all things considered. However, definitely going to be more of a brown kobold. So it seems like I might have to adjust Vinny's color palette to fit him more alongside everybody else, considering it's basically just a smattering of reds and browns as far as these characters are concerned. And that, come to think of it, considering all these characters are so similar in color, that gives me an opportunity to play around with complementary color for the background, or a complementary color set rather. Definitely not just gonna like take this and then just opposite end right here. Incredible. It's gonna be somewhere in the blue spectrum. Whoa. Anyway, brown kobold. Might as well do everyone's eyes right off. So, yeah, do that as soon as I finished Vosh's. Right now it's just kind of an ambiguous blob. But I promise this blob will be worth something one day. I'm just thinking, how great is it that I have such a good support network that I can just say in the morning, hey, I'm thinking of drawing something for an audience one day, and people will actually show up and stay for a while. That is very special to me. Alright, let's move this up a little bit, just to see what I'm missing here. Okay, seems like for inks, best thing for me to do. Actually don't know how. Yeah, it's a uniform color, come to think of it, so. Alright, everybody's eyes coming up. I believe it's just solid white. Actually, come to think of it, I think Vinny's are a different color altogether. And thanks, Monster Hundo. Okay, so what's here? Oh, this is fantastic. I believe this is back when Mustin was on the 1-Ups. And his work on the Overclocked remix is something I've really enjoyed just throughout the years, for multiple decades, in fact. So, anyway, I believe he is now going solo, and he just had a thing published via Scarlet Moon Records, who I promise I do not have a paid sponsorship with or anything like that. Let's see here. Vinny. Vinny's eyes are sort of a off yellow, so I'm going to be doing that here. Visibly so. I feel like the snout area is sort of cheating a little bit, but whatever. Inconsistency is fine, is acceptable. Oh, Devash, you're so cute. I forgot while drawing this that Devash is supposed to be like Devash from Baldur's Gate. The story of that game has you becoming a mercenary over time, and that's something that isn't really made clear until later in the story, and it's only mentioned in passing. Um, the main character, when asked, "Hey, who are you people?" Uh, is given the option to say just, "Hey, we're mercenaries," which is sort of what you would. Oh wait, no. Come to think of it, these aren't bare arms. This is supposed to be a jacket. What am I thinking? All right. Anyway, I did not forget during the sketch, as it turns out. Anyway, what I was going to bring up is the fact that like Devash here is absolutely jacked for a kobold. Not quite a swobold, but close enough. I should probably ink this, so that's what I'm doing now. Right now I think I'm just doing skin and fur colors, so check out Mika here. It's really a bright blue jacket. Wasn't expecting that. Also occurs to me that I'm not particularly making use of one of the best parts of working in binary colors, so Hang on. What is it? Where is the gap? There we go. All right. Okay, there's Mika's wonderful hands. I believe that's Mika's thumb. Forefinger there. But of course I should be inking this, so let's do that right away. In short order. Actually, come to think of it, I should just duplicate this. Have sketches above and below to enable and disable as I find necessary. That's editorializing. Alright, let's see here. There's also this little ridge on the side of his head. Okay, what else? Got this Malik picture. Pretty good face in this, not so much the hair or general proportions. Not gonna be too hard on myself though. Like, that's just how it goes. Um, I'm gonna make it a little bit darker there, and up the saturation a little bit. At this point, I'm pretty sure there'd be a... you'd be able to see their hand right here. So let's just put this up here as a token to those with an eye for detail. I forgot that Rita has a whole tail here. I just make sure I'm not missing anything about Rita's amazing tail. There's a lot to love about it. Okay. I think it's important to bear in mind when you're making a piece like this that that all creative art, like very little creative work, comes forth fully formed from your brain. Generally speaking, the important thing is to get a vague idea out and to introduce refinements as you go along. Also, thank you for joining us, Sot. You've been an encouraging presence in my life lately, and I appreciate you. Ha. Alright, what else? Oh, that's great. Alright. I believe... okay, it's Vinny and Grace. And Grace is here. So... Again, like I want to avoid scenarios where like the eyes are disconnected from the eyebrows. So that's that was how things were for me back then. These days, not so much. Uh, okay, so desaturate. I'm not too worrying, or I'm not worrying too much about the interplay between the facial fur here and the hair that goes down over the top of it, because I'm just gonna put that on a whole new layer on top. That said, I am definitely gonna have to do some more inks, so look at this barrage of skin tones right here. Skin tones in quotes. Of course, these are like scales and fur in many cases. Actually, I kind of like the thing that's going on here. I'm also gonna ink this here just because I think it looks nice. Also, Mika does have glasses, I've decided. Don't really draw too many characters that have glasses. That's right, I still have to ink the... Oh. There we go. There's this multiple desktop thing that a lot of Linux distros do. I'm not particularly a fan of it, and I should probably look into figuring out how to turn that off. Because while I'm sure it does have uses, I personally haven't bothered to learn any of them. Alright, let's... put this neck out on display. That doesn't work. I love this, just seeing this without the sketch and seeing how the form is delineated even without the aid of inks. Alright. At the very least, I need to get Vinny's skin tones down. Okay, so let's switch over to the boy right here. Save this again. Oh, Super Mario Kart album is done. Anyway, I'm in this weird state where I think I might end up wrapping up this stream after I finish up Vinny here. Just to make sure that I can get dinner in a timely fashion. But I have enjoyed this, and I'll probably do another one of these very, very soon. Here we go. This is the Take Flight album from ocremix.org. ocremix.org. Oh, whatever. Overclocked remix. Either way, too lazy to look it up right now. So let's see here. So, Vinny, compared with the rest of this, seems like it would make sense to skew over toward this area. And just see how he looks in comparison to everybody else here. After these base colors are laid down. And if he doesn't look 100% alright, then I can just adjust that later. Right, what else? I'd say the skin tone works alright alongside the rest. Got this thing from Grace. Almost forgot her hands. Just occurred to me, Vinny has a lot of skin tones, so this is going to be an adventure. Alright, so I should probably set limits for the lower bounds of this window, actually. Windowsill, rather. Okay, and that's just going to be for Vinny here. Since Vosh's arms are sticking out over the edge. Actually, come to think of it, Vinny's sort of reaching out over it, so should probably set this up. And of course I need to ink these. So let's see here. There we go, just sort of compressing his fingertips a little bit in a way that seems natural to me, at least, for now, in my compromising artist state. Now... basically a light gray here for the white parts of his chin, neck, and torso. It's weird that... Alright, well, whatever. Oh, wait, that's right. There's a threshold here. There we go. That was the issue. Okay. For now, I think I'd like to just fill in this little gap here. Alright, what else? I think I'd like to color some mouths. Horns and mouths. And that way, I think that will put me in a pretty good position to start next time. Is that slightly darker shade for the areas surrounding? Oh, also forgot about his ear. Well, let's do this. And desaturate it, bring it a bit more toward yellow here. Now there has to be a change in luminosity. Let's say that. That seems pretty good. There we go. Anything special about the inside of Rita's mouth? Yes, actually. Her tongue is very dark. I can get rid of this fang here. I can put that in alongside a bunch of others just as white, individual white fangs that don't need outlines, I don't think. Oh, again, this is okay. I guess when my mouse cursor is over the desktop and I scroll with a scroll wheel, it scrolls between all available desktops. Again, I'm sure that that's useful for somebody. but I don't know if it should have been enabled by default, let's say. Regardless. Got this. Just the tips of the fingers. Figure I should wait to color in Vinny's spots. They seem like an ordeal in and of themselves. Um, how's this look? As my hero Knuckles the Echidna would say, heh, good enough. Let's see. Is that it for this album? No, it's not, actually. Okay. Alright, Dvash, what do you got for me? Here we go. Seems to be darker. Yeah. The problem is the color palettes of Rita and Devash, like their skin colors are not too far off from each other. So because of that, I'm gonna have to add in an outline here. So I refuse to compromise the integrity of one of my characters or just for the sake of um of clear visual markers or whatever. No problem. Like, these outlines are probably not going to be solid black. Alright. What else can I put on in the background? This jazz tribute to Chrono Trigger. Okay. Album is Chronology, and it's from OC Remix, who put out pretty good music, just generally. There's some real weird ones, let's say, on the one of the Pokemon albums. I think a lot of people respond to some of these games with, "Oh, I don't know music, but what if I showed my appreciation by making music for this?" And that's valid. But it also produces something I distinctly do not want to hear. So it's a land of contrasts. Does Devash have claws? The answer is yes. I answer as I draw them in. Okay, well. Alright, what else? Think about Mika here. Oh, and Mika's eyes are yellow as well. Okay, well, something to bear in mind. I also need to take care of this lining around here, as well as the um the the inner area. Let's see here. First off, eyes, eyeballs. There we go. This. That. Let's erase some of these inks. Properly convey the depth. Alright. Might as well do Malik's hair. Just so he doesn't, or just so it's not completely out of place. So let's see here. No, that's not red enough. It's gotta be a vibrant, sanguine red. I'd say I'm feeling pretty good about this, this mostly landless style. I'd also say this looks pretty good already. I'm gonna have to think about some things about this. I might end up changing a couple of things before I proceed whole hog with the rest of this. But as it is right now, this is a pretty good approximation of what I would like, or what to expect from the finished product. At least in terms of the character art, or of how the character art is supposed to look. My only issue is this here. Rather, my only issue with this whole method is having to be mindful of already established boundaries for every single blob of color as it exists on the page. Back when I used Photoshop ages upon ages ago, they had a brush setting, and I'm sure it's possible to replicate it these days. But they had a brush setting that was just called behind. Like in this right here, it would be just listed as behind. And if you set your brush to behind, then it only colors in transparent pixels on that layer. And that's super useful, as some of you might expect. Okay, alright, with that... Oh, that's the wrong button. Okay. With that, I think I'm going to call the stream for now. How long have I been going for? Let me actually check this. I'm very, very glad that this, portable Linux, like, it seems to be working out pretty well. Everything seems like it's... like it's working as intended. Oh yeah, I'm coming up on 5 hours recorded for this, and that's like that is including breaks, but still, it's no easy feat when it comes to this sort of work. All right, so I'm going to call this for now, and we will return at a later date to finish up coloring this and then figure out how to mesh this in with a background of some sort. So that will be on a later date. And in the meantime, just kind of let this play out for a bit.